Hello, wonderful people on the internet. I'm Joel, and here today we're working on our LD Jam 52 Jam game. We're using the engine that ChatGPT has been helping us make, and so it's been a little interesting. I'm just finishing up some input component stuff, so it's probably going to be a long, boring day. But if you feel like hanging out, sitting around, and watching somebody beat their head against the wall, I'm happy to have you. I'll be in and out throughout the stream because I've got other things I have to deal with also. So if I'm not standing here, don't worry. In fact, I got to go right now. I'll be back shortly. See you soon. I can't sit down too hard or I might fall all the way through my chair. Okay, we're back. So now you've had time to stare at this page. Harvest is a theme we're going with. And our team has got a couple game ideas that we're thinking of. We're just doing the jam. We're not doing the compo. So yeah, we have a couple ideas, and we're going to start with yes, we have a jam event. So 72 hours. Now we have 2 days. Let me move myself down out of your way, or over out of your way. There we go. 2 days, 3 hours, and 40 minutes remaining. I should throw that down on a separate thing, but that seems like a hassle. We'll just not worry about that for the moment. Maybe a little later when I'm not in the middle of coding shenanigans. Okay, so we've been asking ChatGPT for some help with. I'm gonna throw this over here because you don't really care too much about what ChatGPT has to say in this case. In our engine, the entity or we added a camera last night, so a moving camera. So you can add things to cameras and they get drawn on the correct camera, right? Kind of basic. So we added our camera, and let's see how to say this. I added the camera, and there was an issue, or there will be an issue with the input. Also, I don't have a mouse input, so I'm getting mouse input thrown together real quick, and I'm getting the camera transform translated to the input so that when you click on the screen, it translates through to whatever camera is drawing that object. Simple, right? Okay, so let's get going. We built a UI component. It has a list of callbacks. It has a register callback function, and it has, so we can make a callback function that'll tie to a state. When we update the object, we'll change this state function, the XY, and we'll use the click ID to determine whether the mouse was in that object when the click started or not. So it determines whether the event fires on that object, right? Because if I click in a UI component and then I click here and then drag into the UI component and let go, I don't want it firing. Or conversely, if I click in the UI component and drag off, I don't want it firing, because it makes it hard to change your mind if you accidentally do things or click on things or move, right? So it's just a nice way to deal with that. So we're just going to have a click ID. Every time we have a new click event, we're going to increment that ID, click or touch event. They're both going to feed into this UI component class. And then the UI components will be processed by a UI component class or system, which will actually, I'll probably just do it right here in the input system. It'll fire the callbacks for the UI component. I'll probably also add a draw. I might add a draw function as a callback, or a draw function that can be set, right? So I might say like draw equals null, and then we can just call draw. Nothing will happen if there's nothing there. If there is something there, so if we set it, then it'll do something. That way we can make kind of a custom draw function that draws whatever. Anyway, not quite sure how I'm going to implement that side of it, because I want to at least have the option to draw like polygons, the collision polygon, when you hover over a component, let's say, and then draw it different colors depending on active. So if you clicked in it, it's one color. If you just hover over, it's another color. If you click down on it, it changes to another color, right? And when you release it, it changes to yet another color. So that might be something I do. I don't know. Not worrying about that too much just yet. I don't even know how much of that we're going to use. We're just going to get this where it's set up by the UI component, or by the input system. It gets set, and then it will get updated by the It'll then get updated after it's been processed, um, and call all the callbacks. That's what we're doing, because it's a 3-day game jam and we don't have enough other stuff to do working on the game. Now, our game ideas are a farming game because of harvest, right? So you drive the tractor around and you have a big field where stuff grows, right? And as you drive, you use fuel and you maybe collect damage, and you harvest anything you drive over. And then as you, so yeah, then as you collect stuff, it turns into money, right? Whatever you collect just turns into money because I don't want to deal with selling and that's too much for for a jam game. Like sell it at the right time, hold on to it, wait for the price to go up. You'll harvest different whatever you harvest. You have different fields you can harvest, and then as you get money, you can use it to buy power ups like extra hauling trucks, so you don't have to wait for another truck if your load is full, or I'm just thinking off the cuff here, or maybe a bigger harvester or a tougher harvester that can take more damage. So you basically have little power ups that you can buy, like a little line of power ups, and they'll turn green when you can buy, or be grayed out until you can buy them, and then you can click on it to buy it. That sort of deal. And you just build up your power ups, and bam, you got a quick and dirty and fun little game. Then the other game idea is you have you're a hero and you go around a map and people are like, I want 5 mushrooms, and you go out into the forest and you harvest 5 mushrooms and then you give them back and sell the mushrooms, and then somebody else is like, so you pick all these little quests, or maybe just have a little balloon over their head that says what they want, and you can go out, harvest what people want, and come back and give it to them, and then go out and harvest more what people want. So that's the other idea. So that that's kind of our 2 main ideas that we've got going right now. So yeah, that's what we're doing. This team is 3 of us: me, my sister, and my nephew. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully they're doing art and sound and ideas, and hopefully some of the setting up the game page on the compo and all that. Hopefully I don't have to do all that. Anyway, let's get going. Enough chit chat. So we have I made the component in here just so that I could have it. I don't need to handle collisions on this, but I will need a structure kind of like this, I think. We'll go ahead and throw the callback function on here. My thinking is, we'll name it something different and completely rebuild it, but it basically needs the same structure. I don't need a collision. I don't need a normal. I don't need an entity. I just need to handle callbacks. So this dot, we don't need to do that because we're not really. This is just so I can put the code here and worry about fine details later. Did I miss some code on that? No, I just missed the closing parenthesis. Okay, for key of this dot. Okay. So we actually just need to say, we can get rid of that 4. We don't have to loop, because we're only going to ever have one. I guess we could have more than one callback, couldn't we? Because we could be clicking. So we need to go, but we can't. we can only have one at a time, right? So when you're in, you're not hovering. You might be hovering click, but you're not hovering. So the states are going to be, let's say that here, out, in. So mouse is out, probably won't be a function, but there could be. It could be if your mouse isn't over it, it's like sending out particles, let's say. When you put your mouse over it, it stops. I don't know, I'm just thinking. So if the mouse is out, the mouse is up, the mouse is down. This is the button state, right? And we're only tracking the left button here. This will all be fleshed out, make it more generic. But for now, this is all it's gonna do. One button, up, down, in, out, and in, down, and in, or in, up, and in, down, and then out. We don't care if it's out. We don't care if it's up or down. We're basically don't do anything if we'll have a callback for if it's out. And if you really want, I guess you can check the state. I could say up, out, and up, down, I guess. Up, down. Hover. So up and down are the up event and the down event. So when it's pressed and when it's released, right? So we're going to have hover and we'll have hover up and we'll have hover down. Okay, so those are our, do I want out, up, and out, down? I don't know. Maybe. I could have two states. I could have an in and an out state, and an up and a down and an up down press state, right? Up. Up. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna get a collision off of this. So we're gonna say, is it up? Is it down? Is it up and out? Is it out and up? Is it out and down? Is it in and up? Is it in and down? Is it this is we out, up, out, down. Out pressed. Hover. Pressed. Hover. Up. Hover pressed. There we go. And then we have, so we have out, up, down. Yeah, I think we need up, down. Well, here's what I'm overthinking this. That's what I'm doing. I'm overthinking it. Okay, we're gonna simplify. Well, we'll decide what states we're gonna have here in a minute when we get down, and then we'll put them down here. How does that sound? Anyway, so we have a list of states, and then down here we're gonna say const callback equals if collision dot not collision, not worrying about the collision. Okay, we're worrying about state. Okay. Okay. I feel like we should check if there is. We can do that before we call the callback. We'll check if it exists. If no, we don't need entity in collision. Okay. Callback equals this dot callback's key, but key is state, and then if callback. I know we don't have to do it this way, but I like to do it that way. It makes it easier if you go back in the future and need to add things. Okay, I think that's all we need there. So it gets the callback and it calls the callback if it exists. Okay, that should work. There, let's go ahead and save that down there and let's come back down here. So what we're doing now, we're updating entities. Okay, so here we check which keys are pressed, up, down, left, right. We'll probably add a space in here too. I think do we have a space in here? We'll add a space. I don't know if we'll use it. We'll add a space. Yeah, because sometimes you might want a fire button or something. We're keeping it simple, super simple. Maybe I should do was instead of up, down, left, right. Maybe I should do both. Let's do was too. Uh, oh no, we don't actually want that. I'm gonna just call them up, down, left, right, and fire. And then we're gonna set fire based on the spacebar. That's what we're gonna do. Or we can set it based on a mouse click. If the mouse is not in a UI component, we can fire. Okay. Let's move this up a little bit. Let's hide this. Oh, is that bad for you? Let's shrink the knee just a little. We'll just move over a little more. There we go. Okay. And let's make that a little bigger so you can read it easier. Okay. So, key. Okay. What is the space W A S D? ChatGPT, you let me down, dude. There we go. What are my key codes, ChatGPT? This is so much. It's 32. Okay, perfect. So, case. What am I doing? Down here. Can I do ors on cases? Can I do 37 or? I just don't break. I just do put both cases. Duh. Okay. Case 32 colon enter this dot fire equals true. And then we just come in here. Left arrow corresponds to A. So that's going to be case 65. And then A. Up arrow is W, which is 87. 7. W. It's got to. Both. That's what I thought. Just wanted to double check. I don't want to get this all written up and get bit by that. 30. Right arrow is D, which is 68. D. And then down arrow, this support for my wrist, so I type here. Down arrow is S, W-A-S, which is 83. 83. S. Okay. So now we've covered both scenarios. You can use arrow keys or WASD. You can fire with space or space. Or if you really want, you can use space. Okay. That was a little side trip there. Okay. So we're going to have to add a little something to our touch stuff. Because our touch stuff doesn't tell us whether it was just pressed or, I mean, here it does in the code, right there. Everything's backwards. In that code right there, it does. But I should mirror my camera, let you guys see everything backwards from reality. So yeah, in my code, what was I saying? In here, right there. Here we go, this hand, right there. It covers touch start, touch end, right? That's all tracked. And touch move. That is not the case across the board, I guess. Trying to figure out how to say that right. It's not necessarily, well, it doesn't, that's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't pass that information on to the UI component. So we have to store touches on canvas dot push. So we're pushing the identifier. We also want to push yeah, we're just gonna have to handle it separately. So yeah, we're just gonna handle it separately. We can't handle separately. We have to store. Yeah, we'll just call it a type, or yeah, type up, down, or move. Just up, down, yeah. Event, prevent default. Okay. So in the move event, yeah, we have the identifier. So we just need to push whether it's just add a comma here, and we're gonna say, what do we want to call it? I want to call it a state. Yes. Equals pressed. Right, we have to have 3 states because we have to be press, click, yeah, down, the down event. Touch dot start. And then here, we're going to say move. Here, release. So I just have to get all these things up. Consistent, right? I've got to be able to get all the UI, or the UI component needs to be able to get this information for whether it's a touch event or a mouse click event. And currently the UI isn't going to let you like tab around or anything. Although that would be pretty easy to implement. You just have to, when you get that key event, you just cycle down the array of UI events to the next one, or UI objects to the next one. Yeah, you just have to have an array of UI objects or a pointer to the next UI object or UI component. And then that's the one that's interacted with. But I'm not doing that right now. Okay. So we hit start, move, and up. So if we get a start, we're going to set the ID to the identifier. Oh, this one's a pain. Sorry. I'm not going to worry about it right now. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to not worry about this. And if it's a problem, we'll fix it. We'll make a note up here somewhere. We won't make a note right now. Yeah, we have I thought that we had a scratch pad down here. There we go. Notes. We might need to deal with the touch event handling, handling UI, so here's the issue. Right now, I'm going to set an ID whenever a UI click event happens, and then when the down event happens in a UI component, I'll set the ID to the ID. And then when the up event happens, we can compare it and see if we actually set the up event or not. Right? Otherwise, we're not going to process that up event. So yeah, that's the deal. You can go away now, notes. I'll be back to you later. Okay, I need to raise my monitor up. Okay. I might need to take a break. Getting brain fogged. I've done too much in the last, not enough sleep and too much stuff. Okay. We need to handle the mouse events. So we kind of started to do that. If button equals 0, Um, okay, so does the mouse property? Yes, the mouse move event has a client X property that indicates the horizontal coordinate within the application's client area. The mouse pointer was located. The client area is the part of the window that is available to the application to display content in. Client X property is specified in CSS pixels. Okay. How is that different from the other one you told me to use? The client X and client Y properties of the mouse event object return. The mouse move event represents the position of the mouse relative to the viewport, the browser window. The page X properties represent the position of the mouse relevant to the whole page. So either way, I have to do an offset. Where do I do the offset for the page here? Handle mouse event, or maybe don't handle mouse event so well. Client X. Okay, we'll do it this way because this is what I did for this. I need a new chair. This one's killing me. And it's breaking. Okay. Might need to step away for 5 minutes. Go make some lunch. Okay, this done. So this is where we're working, right here. I got 2 of those. Yay! All right, and I got too many of those now. Not much there, is it? Okay, mouse doesn't necessarily move when you click it. I mean, it probably does. Let's face it. Doesn't matter, it'll already be set. Okay. Yeah, so all I'm doing is I need this. I moved my keyboard down to my lap because my wrist is starting to hurt. Not like carpal tunnel starting to hurt. Like I scraped it the other day and that hurts on the corner of the desk. Okay, so I got X and a Y. Touch is actually gonna be event dot client X client Y, and I guess I can just set them. Why do we have a mouse X and a mouse Y? We should have a Oh, hold on a second. I gotta go do some things. What's up, dude? Oh, I left the mic on. I'm sorry, and I'm back. How is that different from Page? Okay, so yeah, we got that all sorted out. Every time the mouse moves, we set the mouse X and Y. That's what we're go away. That's what we're working on. You can stay. That's fine. So where's my mouse processing? There's my mouse events. Okay. That's what I was working on. I was up here. We're refactoring this to just be called mouse. So I'm gonna say I can need to call it mouse position. Yeah, that makes more sense. It's more clear when I'm using it. So ideally, I would put some other stuff in there, but it's not happening today, or not at the moment anyway. We're just gonna call it mouse move. So const x equals event. Okay, so I was just gonna make this be this. Position dot x and position dot y. Okay, and then we can delete all that. Now we've got mouse location going. Every time the mouse moves, it logs the location. So when we have an event, we can update the relevant. Because the only thing is, no, we'll still have the move event will still be registered. We don't remove the events. I'm not even. Yeah, the mouse. It's fine. It's fine. We're setting the position so that when we go to access it, it's in the right spot. Okay. And then if mouse dot button. Okay. Why do I have that there? That's dumb. This tells us the left button is pressed. It equals 0. Okay, so this is mouse down event. So this is equals 1. Mouse up event equals 0. Okay, so if the mouse equals 0, then what did I call it? Mouse left button, left mouse button, state. How do I want to do this? When it's down, we increment the ID. When the mouse down event happens, we increment the ID. So we need down here. Whoops. There we go. And I did the same thing there. This, not his. Okay, so we have a button state. Button state is going to be up by default. And button clicked is going to be. Oh, why is my brain hurting so bad? It's like I can't think. Sorry. Up. I'm just gonna put this up here out of the way a little bit. Get out of my way more. Yeah, let's point at the keyboard. Everybody wants to hear that. You're gonna hear some keyboard. Because I just put the my mic is acting up. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna hear keyboard and chair sounds and all that. I'll try to move as much as I can and type really loud for you. Okay, I need a better chair. I said that about 3, 4, 5, 10 times already. Crank this up. You also get to hear my kids playing. It'll be great. Okay, I'm gonna turn the light off. I'm sorry, you're not gonna be able to see. I think that's what's making it so I can't think. Is that light shining in my eyeballs? Okay. Yes, that's better. Brain fog is real for some reason today. So we need to store a click or an ID, an event ID. Okay, so when we start the system, the input ID is going to be 0. It will stay 0 until we make it something else. Yeah, input ID equals 0. So the input ID will change anytime a new touch or mouse event is initiated. So when we do a mouse, way down here, down event, then that input ID plus plus. Okay, so we're going to increment the input ID. And we're going to set okay, we just need the state. Is it up or is it down? All I need to know. So that only needs to be up or down. So this can be a bool. So this is going to start by equaling 0. So the state equals 0. Well, left mouse button state equals 1. Okay, so I can use the input ID. Hold on. I'm back. Kids do not like the dinner I made, the lunch I made. Well, one of them. So that's their problem. But we found a suitable food for them. Input ID plus plus. Cool. Left mouse button state set. The move position gets set every time it moves. That's good. The up event. All we got to do is set this. It's trying to do too much logic in too many places, or not. Yeah, I was trying to do the logic too early. The logic, it doesn't happen here, and that's why my brain was breaking. I tried to do it here. It doesn't go here. Okay. So that's set. That's all set up. Now we can move down here where we're handling the input. Mouse. Position X. Position with a capital P. Okay. But we got to rethink this whole section. It might not have an input component. Is that true? Yeah, it does not need an input component to have a UI component. To be clickable, I don't have to be able to use the keyboard. I should change those to keyboard components and UI or something, but I'm not going to for now. It wouldn't be that hard, but it would actually be a pain. It's because there's a lot of places, there's other systems that use this a little bit. Actually, there's not really. I deleted that system, but anyway, I'm not worrying about it. Eventually, I'll rewrite these functions, these up, down, left, right, where they're event handlers. You can register an event handler with a key, press event, and boom, you're gold. Easy peasy. This Firefox snap updates like every other day. It's so annoying. And it won't update when I'm running in anyway, it's a pain. I'm not dealing with it right now. Okay. So first we go through all the things that have up or okay, we have a this dot up, this dot down, right? This dot left, this dot right. That's in here. Yeah. And we need to put our fire this dot. Okay, so now we have that in there. We have in the component. And we need to add it here also. Nope, too far down. Too far up, I mean. Update, yeah, this dot fire. Okay, now with the input system, this gets a little bit trickier. That's why things were being annoying. I had the cord wrapped around the mic stand one too many times. Okay. Left, right, fire. Good. So now for a touch event, a fire event is only going to happen if there's no other events. So we're going to set all these, and then if you don't have any other events, I'm going to have to track with a little flag. So before we go through the touch and the mouse events, so we're going to go through those basically in parallel, right? So you get to your entity, you transform the camera to the camera, and then you apply the event. So that's what we got to do now. So we're going to need to grab our graphics component now, and snip a bit of code out of here. All right, so here we're going through the entities. Well, here we're resetting the cameras. I don't need to reset cameras here. I just need to say if the entity has a camera. So we get the cameras first, then we go through all the entities and we deal with them. So we're just gonna paste this in, strip the code, the draw code out of it, and put the whoops. Okay, so there's two things we need to know. Does it? I should have used tab. This thing supports it. And most of this is going to get stripped out. Okay. We don't need a context. Really just need to know if it has a camera, and then if it has a camera, we need to get the transform. And then loop through all the other entities inside it. Why did I do the particle? I mean, it doesn't matter. Okay, we don't need to do all this. Do something. Do some after. Camera. Now. Oh. Entity. Okay, so the entity is done processing here. So this is where we're going to, if the hold on, I got her upstairs again. Hi, I'm sure you're gone now. Don't worry. Crisis averted. We're back in business. It actually wasn't a crisis. It was just kids being kids. Okay. If there were no touch events. Okay, this needs to be UI. UI. Oh, we forgot to do that. Constructor. Okay. So we don't need particles. Okay, so for each camera, if Entity has a camera, camera is this. We don't actually need the camera. We just need the camera. Well, we can call it the camera, and we'll just say oh, just camera component has an X and Y directly. Okay, so we can't just pull that in. It's okay. Yeah, we can still access it. Oh, actually, if it has a camera, we want the transform. We want the camera and the transform. Okay, camera. Um. Okay. So we get the camera. Hold on. It doesn't seem right here. I get my entity with all the components, and then I want to get the. Oh, wait, I already have. Yeah, I'm already here. And then we're going to do this. All right, you can all back up, take a step back here. Okay. Entity of entities, entity has component UI. Then we're not going to get camera component yet. We're going to move that in a little bit. So we're going to get the UI. If it has a UI component, now we're going to process it as a UI thing. We also need to process the input component if it has it. So we'll have an if input component. No, input this. Why is my brain so fog on this? Okay, this is easy because it just does up, down, left, right. This we have to get the entity, determine our relative location, and return up, down, left, right, and fire for space if nothing. Well, not for space. Entity of it. Okay, so I'm gonna get. I'm just repeating myself over and over. I'm the worst person to watch code. My brain is fried, man. Brain is. Oh man, the kids. All right. I'm not going to delete the spam for now because it made me laugh. And it's not terribly inappropriate, but I'm pretty sure that's just spam to make an account seem legitimate. Okay. The kids are back at peace with each other. So now I have to get my head wrapped back around. It would go a lot faster if I didn't get yanked out of my headspace every time I got into it. Okay, so we get a UI component. We're like, cool, we have a UI component. Now we need to transform. I guess we go. Okay, we want to. There's nothing special with the camera transforms. It's just the X, Y, and height. So I think this is one of those cases where you just loop through. You get all the cameras first. Okay, so going to put all the camera into a map with a key as the ID. A store the transform of each minus the minus half. Is that correct? Because I take a transform and I move it to the center of the transform for the camera, right? So I center the camera on that location. So if I want to move the mouse into that same space, I need to move it by the same amount that this moved, which is the distance to the component minus half and half. Okay. Each camera minus half the width or height. So I'm going to go back to the cameras bit. Oh, but I still don't need a map. I need an array because I have to iterate through it. An array of maps. So it needs to be like index transform, index key. Not really a key value pair, but yeah. So it is a tuple or threeple, I guess, that stores the transform and the yeah. Okay, so we were in the middle of first we need to build our array of cameras. I think cameras equal that. Okay, and now for each camera, this actually needs to happen all the way out here because not all cameras get the transforms. Okay. So for each camera, this is taking me way too long. I should have had this done in like an hour. It's taking me all day. So frustrating. Okay. Camera equals any data. So we got the camera transform. We haven't got the camera. We got the transform. We did nothing with it. Okay. Cameras dot push. Camera has a width and height stored. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have a camera dot ID, and we're gonna have a camera dot ID, not equals ID colon comma. That's not a comma, that's a comma, and now we want the new vector so x is going to be, we can transformer, 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 yeah, transform, so this is going to be transform, yes, a transform dot x minus camera dot width divided by 2, and make sure that that is on the camera width. And this is getting crowded. That's okay. Not really, but you know. Oh, I didn't put an ID on this. This would be transform. It's a new vector 2. Transform.x, camera width divided by 2. Y. We can actually do this. There's nothing wrong with that. Transform.y minus camera dot height divided by 2. And we need to put that there. Okay. Okay. Let's put that back there. So we have an ID and an ID. Oh, it should be X colon, and it should be Y colon. There we go. And it's inside there, so that one needs a semicolon. Anything else you need to do there? We push everything with a camera component into the camera. Good, or into the vector, or into the cameras list. Okay, now we're going to go through each of these. We grab an entity. We see if it has an input component. If it does, we do this with the keyboard stuff. Let's do this at the end because we have this dot ups, downs, lefts, rights. we just need to set those first, so we can do this after, and we only have to set them once. So this is going to be at the end of this, which should be one right before the end of the update function. Okay, so that's our update. I guess we've been putting lots of extra stuff in here. That's the update function. Okay. All right. So now we have our list of cameras. Good. We don't have to go through that again. I mean, we'll go through the list of cameras, but it's not nearly as big of a deal. We can get an ID, we can get an X, we can get a Y. Boom. Done. Easy peasy. So for entity of entities, now we're already going through all the entities. We don't need another loop through the entities. Wait, no. That was setting up the cameras. So we still you have to set up all the cameras first. Okay, and then we're going to look for UI components. Basically, it needs a UI component to get touch input. Is that a good way to do it? Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't. It needs a camera. Yeah, so we want to do the cameras first. So we're going to get our cameras. Then we're going through all the entities so many times, though. I'd rather go through the entities and then for inside each entity go through the cameras, right? Because then we go through all the entities one time, and then in each one we go camera, 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 camera. That makes it a lot less loops. Well, I guess it's the same, but they're smaller loops. I don't know what's better. Anyway, we've pre-commuted this so we don't have to compute it every time. Then we can get our entity. We can get the components we're going to need in the entity. So we need, what do we need? We need a UI. Yeah, camera. Which isn't technically, we need a camera tag. Which isn't a name of a component. We have our camera, we can search for the tag that's on the camera. You just have to make sure you don't have any namespace collisions with existing in components. Do we need a transform component? Yes. We need the entities transform component. We need, so for each entity, we need to loop through. Well, we'll grab the UI and the transform components. And the, okay, so we want UI. We want transform. This is going to be the next level up. And we want input. Okay, so we're going to get these components. Hold on one second. And the adventure continues. Can I hold code in my head for a minute while I go help a cat? Yeah, Windows 11 is the worst. Not really. I use it on my laptop. It's not that bad. Okay, UI, transform, input, camera tag. This is not at all. This is like another loop. Okay, so I can do const UI. Let's put some semicolons there before my browser freaks out when I try to run this. Input equals. If component UI. Okay, so we got our components. Now we're gonna get our go for camera of cameras. I think I could say no, that's for numbers. Yes, for numbers. You say if you, yeah, or something. Camera. Camera. There we go. For camera of cameras. Give you a const. We're not changing it. So we're going to go through all the cameras and do all our work here. This is where all the work happens. Most of the work. Before we do that, we're going to let used. If it's intercepted, if something has taken the input, I don't want to pass it on down out the bottom, right? So I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to pass it to the first thing that gets it. No, I'll pass it to everything that gets it, but we're not going to pass it out the bottom. So if I'm clicking on something, it's not going to make you move towards it. That's all we're doing with that. Just taking it nice and easy. So this is just saying, did it get used or not? It's just a equal. Oh, used. That's if it's used or not. So we'll call it used. For camera of cameras, if dot has component camera dot ID. Now we're gonna process it relative to the camera. Camera That equals minus. Okay. Const new um this is where it is transformed into the camera. So transformed. It's the position on the screen. So it's we call it position. Equals hold on. That's a transform. Transformer. Gotta type slower. Transform. I bet that means somewhere else there's one that says transformer. And I've been tab completing. Maybe not though. We'll see. Okay. Let used equal false const camera of cameras. If entity has camera ID, const UI position equals blah, blah. Should put my camera right here so I can read it. Give you guys an interesting perspective. Or right here. I should put it over here or over here. Right in front of the desk. So it's right in my face. Probably on this side so there's not a microphone in the way. Just put it right here. Zoom it all the way out. I'd be bumping all the time, but it'd be an interesting, it'd be kind of a front view. My turn to look at comments. I could actually read them because they're climbing close enough. I could try that. It won't take more than a second. Oh, well, hello, way up there. Oh, that's close to my face. But I can read the comments, so that's cool. We can. Oh, are you kidding me? 1 minute. I can read this. That's good. I gotta kind of get in close, but okay. There we go. I can fit. Yeah, it's not so bad. Actually, way better for me. Because I can read comments. By the way, congratulations on getting rid of Windows 11. It's quite an accomplishment. I can only read I can't read the bottom comments, so sorry about that. I need some adjustments on things, but it's usable. I can live with it. I can totally live with it. It's not the greatest, but I can live with it. And if I turn this on again, man, that's quite washed out now. It's pretty washed out. All right, we'll keep that off for now. We'll play with that when we're not running a stream and not trying to finish a game jam. It's a whole thing. Okay. I happen to know there's like okay. Const UI position equals where was I? This is what comments are for, so when you step back into it. Yeah, okay, UI position. We're setting the UI position to the that's the problem with doing it this way is oh, I've forgotten how to operate my setup. Okay. This could definitely use some light, but it needs to be a little lower. Move that to there. Let's turn it on. Let's go. Turn the brightness down about 30%. Is that less washed out on that side? %. It's not doing much. Let's bring it back up. 20%. That's pretty good. Okay. So yeah, I think I like this better. Less of a yeah, it's a little better. Right. Might do another fill light on the other side. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Bring this down to like 20% more or less. Right there. Hey, that's not half bad. Have to put the other one up here now. Get that hair light going on. Yeah. Professional studio. Look at that. Yeah. Right there. A little bit of glint in the camera. Actually, looks halfway decent. I don't have a stand I can put on up there though. Okay. Get back to business. We're trying to write some code, or at least that's what I'm pretending. So let's write some code. Okay. I'm not loving the mic position today. It's just annoying me. Everywhere I put it is just in my way today. Maybe this one? Does that work? Picks up okay. It's not too bad in my way. I'm thinking maybe this. Then it can't spin. Oops, I forgot to mute the mic again. Well, we're gonna go back with the old tried and true mic position. It's right in my face. Maybe I just need to move the stand over a little bit. I can pull it out, I just can't push it back further. That's better. Gives me the flexibility I want. Hi, kiddo. How you doing? You brought some cereal and some water. You want? You think so? Oh. Okay. Infinity has component camera ID. So we know we want to use this with the camera that we're using. So now we want to get camera dot, what did I call it? Transform. That's what a smart person would call it. Yeah. Camera dot transform. And that's a vector, so I can say dot whatever is position and transform a vector? Engine. No, I really should make this into a vector. So I can pass those two vector functions, but I can't use them. What I can do is I can say new vector, wrap that in a new vector, and then I don't get the other stuff from it. I don't need the other stuff from it. Right? At least for the time being, I only need the X and Y. I don't need the rotation. I don't need this. I don't use the scale or the rotation right now. So those are future features. Of course, by not paying attention to them, I have to update this if I ever add those features to the engine, but that's okay. It's a game jam. Let's build a game engine instead. Ooh, yeah. What's up? Oh, dear. Okay, that's taken care of. All right. This is actually good. Headlights, maybe I'll bring this one down a little bit. Yeah, maybe we'll bring this one down a little more. Okay, so Affinity has component camera ID, const UI position equals camera transform. Dot. Okay, so here's the problem. Oh, we fixed it. We can just say transform. Dot subtract camera dot transform. There we go. Done. Took me 30 minutes or something to write that stupid line of code. Okay. Let's get rid of all this. Oh, we don't need all that space there. Okay. So we have our our UI position is now. I'm gonna change viewport. Okay. Our viewport. I'm gonna call it viewport transform because that's what it is. Well, it's transformed to viewport. There's a name for that when you projection. It's a projection. It's a 2D non-rotated projection. So, wait, viewport projection. Okay. VP. I don't know why I keep looking over here. That is not code I need to worry about right now. We're done with you for the moment now, ChatGPT. Let me move my head over to the other side of the world here for you. There you go. So we're not quite so stuck in whatever. Can't even see the jump, can you? I bet you can. I just can't because my screen's so crummy. Oh yeah, constant at viewport projection equals transform dot subtract camera transform. I could almost. Hold on, sorry, I'm distracted. I'm easily. No, that's just too much. You can see it. Just this other monitor is too dark. Yeah, you can totally see it. Mower box. Go make that corner into a backdrop now. But this is way better for me. Gets it close enough I can see it. And you can still hear me okay. Now I probably should move the mic to the back side behind there and bring it across. And swing it in and out. But another time. And don't put big shadows on my face, so can't win for losing, right? Okay. I'm not used to having this right here. I'm used to coding over here. Okay, I just want to make it a little wider. I don't want to make it all the way wider. And another kid is hungry because he didn't eat. It's lunch that we made. You had lunch, kid. You had lunch. You should have eaten it. Let's put that there. Oh yeah. You don't want to see my messy desk, do you? No, because then I'm not in the picture. Everybody knows you want to see me. I'm the most important part. I'm why you're here. Not because of the catchy keyword phrases like Ludum Dare and ChatGPT. It's me. You're like, oh yeah, that Joel Cook guy. He's the man. I want to watch him run up and down the stairs all day. Get frustrated every time he gets yanked out of his headspace while he's coding. Yank himself out of his code space talking to people that aren't even there. It's like a crazy guy. Except there's a camera, so it doesn't matter. You're not crazy if there's a camera. You're just talking to people you're pretending are there. Maybe they are. Odds are they're not. Anyway. Viewport projection equals transform dot subtract camera transform. We have a viewport projection. Now we need to detect a collision with the collision component. That's the other thing we needed, a collision component. Const dot polygon single I polygon. Give me a collision system here. Let me see what we've got here. Collision component vertices. IGON vertices. Polygon equals dot collision dot vertices. VRT I see. Yes. Okay. So we're just getting the vertices and making that our polygon, so we don't have to deal with anything else. Unless I can just say collision, and then I can write a function for the collision. Need a for the function point inside point collides vector returns true if the is inside the polygon. This right here is why we use ChatGPT. Assuming, yeah, point and polygon. Okay. Like I says, you can use the point and polygon function, and it writes a function. I'm like, that's not in my code, so I'm not even gonna call it that. I could write a generic math helper function that determines whether points are in polygons, but the only place I use polygons is in collisions. So, on drawing them, I guess. See, I could sit here and spend 10 minutes Googling and then copying a working function, or I could have ChatGPT write it. I can type almost that fast if I can keep my thoughts in order for that long. All right, we'll just, you know what, we'll do it your way. We're gonna throw that in vector because it's totally a vector thing. It's an array of vectors, right? So let's do that. We have a yeah, it's not there anymore. Got my project all messed up. That's okay. Go engine vector should be your vector. Okay. So because this is just something I throw in places, we can just export it. We're already exporting it to there, so I just have to add point in polygon. Pip. And we'll come up here. And add that import. Come back down here. Okay. And now we're going to say if polygon viewport projection, comma, collision dot component camera. Okay, so one of the things we need a camera ID to put into the camera. We need a collision polygon to test it against. That's before we even get to the UI component. I guess we can just set it without the transform. So what I could do is set the transform to 0, 0. If it doesn't, which means it can't be a, yeah, this transform here. No, the viewport projection, I can do that outside of here. So we can go through all the cameras, and when we get to the end, if it's false, we know that it was not used in any viewports. Right? Because there, why is my brain mush today? I can sit here and code all day, but when I'm on a deadline, he's like, hold on. I really need to move my office upstairs. I get exercise this way, right? Exercise is good, right? Okay. Point in polygon, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, we checked if the point is inside the polygon, and now if the point is in the polygon, we need to pass the information to it. We don't have to check. We can just pass it with the transform and let it deal with it later. Okay. So we're gonna take this now. The problem is I didn't block out what I was gonna write, which is what I normally do. Now my brain is not being able to keep track of where we're at. So we have this. We're now going to update our collisions based on it. So if it's in the viewport, then we're going to set used equals true. Okay. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all that. Okay. So here we need to set the input component up. Oh, here we don't do that, actually. We don't set that until we get to the bottom. I don't want to touch up here clicking on a thing to... It's the same exact. We just set use to true, and then we set up the UI component. Okay, so we really should have checked if it had a UI component first. At what point do we want to know if it has a UI component? If UI. Because we'll do this whether it has UI or not. We'll set up the cameras and only go through the cameras if it's in that camera. Then if it's not in the camera, it was not in any camera. We don't care about a camera, we care about any camera. It was not used by a, well, not even camera. We care if it intersected a polygon. If it was not used by, if foot was not used. We can actually say if not used. Use, so we set the all right, this is the trouble. This right here. I have to go through all the cameras to make sure that an entity wasn't used. I have to go through all the entities to make sure a touch wasn't used. So that means I have to cycle through all the entities twice, once looking for UI components to consume the touch, and once looking for input components to give up, down, left, right, space inputs. I don't want to go through them twice. Can I refactor this? Can I refactor that path in my head so I don't have to go through twice? Because I can look at each camera. I have to have gone through all the entities with all the cameras on a frame before I know whether it was used by a camera or by a UI component. I have to go through all the UI components. And then I have to go again through all of the input components and update them. So that goes in a separate for loop. No, but then use doesn't exist, right? We have to have gone through. Oh, it's fine though. This frame, you're not going to get. Sort of not going to get multiple inputs a frame. If you get an input in a frame, you're not going to process other inputs. So if I got a keyboard, if I got UI inputs, I'm not going to process the mouse or the touch for an input. Period. I can still process keyboard inputs. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So used is out here. So this should be a loop on touch points. We should loop through the mouse, the touch points. Yeah, the mouse and the touch points here. Okay. When we get to the end of that loop, we've gone through all the touch points. Whoops. Then we want to do this. Okay, is that right? No, we gotta have one more level of. Yeah, I gotta put the for loop in. Oh, I gotta make it function for this or something too now, because I need to be able to do it on the UI and on the mouse, and that's two different kinds of inputs that are processed a little bit differently. unless I just jam them all into the mouse X and mouse Y. Call it cursor instead of mouse. That might be the solution. We'll call it cursor X and cursor Y. We'll set both of them to it. We won't iterate through all the touch points. We'll just take the first one in the list. So if you're using multiple fingers, could go crazy. Your touch will be masked if you're using multiple fingers. It's not the end of the world. I don't know how to use multiple inputs anyway, multiple touches anyway. Technically, the way I have it set up now, it would process multiple touch inputs on the things they're on. So I could touch. Yeah. I could use one finger just and another finger to select things. This is why I have trouble coding that amount of practice. Okay. I think maybe we'll add the mouse to this array. We just have to keep an ID to know. Yeah, we just have to keep an ID on it, on the mouse, to know which touch point the mouse touch point is. So basically done that already, right? We have up, down, false, touch events. So we just add a touch event that's the mouse. And we don't do it this way. Well, we keep the input ID. And we keep the mouse button state because we need to know about those things. Don't need to know about the mouse position though, because that'll be stored in there. The left mouse button state we have to keep so we can track ups and downs. So I think we can not use this mouse position. We're going to change that to cursor. Okay, for now, touch on canvas. Oh, okay. We're just going to say cursor position equals that. And comment this, put that there so I can swap it out if I want. Okay. Okay. I need to consolidate all this into one thing. Hold on, it's time to draw. Sorry, I don't have a drawing camera. Sorry. Okay. So, I have a touch. That works, right? You can totally see that. There you go. We have a cursor position. And then we have a state. I think this will actually work okay because I don't know, it might be buggy. We have a position, we have a state, and we have an ID. Okay, now if I okay, that made no sense that I did that. The ID sorry, the ID is there will only be one ID at a time with the mouse. And when we have a mouse event, we're just gonna increment the ID. Not that's the problem. We need a separate ID for the mouse. I want to abstract and just have a pointer or cursor input rather than a can I just get a cursor out the versus touch? An error occurred. We're sorry. Please verify that you're human. If I was a bot, I would be giving you stuff a lot faster. Is there an abstracted cursor event that both touch and mouse? There isn't an event that handles both touch. However, you can use the same event handlers for both touch and mouse events by that event lister method and the DOM elements and specifying touch start, touch move, touch end events, as well as the mouse down, mouse move, mouse up events. Then in your event handler function, you can check the type property of the event object and determine whether the event was a touch. I don't want to do that. Let's make it more complicated. Have one more check in there. Okay. So this is what my UI cares about, right? My UI is going to take an X of the event, a Y of the event, a position of the event, and a state of the event, and an ID of the event. So then if another event happens, it'll be like, that wasn't the right one, don't complete, basically. So it's really just so that touch events and down events, or in events and down events, don't count unless they started inside the object, inside the UI. So if I start here, it doesn't count. If I start here, it does. That's the idea. No, the browser doesn't abstract out that. So input ID. I would think they would have abstracted that out. So you have a generic cursor object that you can just say, yeah, there's a cursor here. It's selected, it's not selected, and that would make sense. It would, like, why do you have to make a UI that has 4 different options? I mean, give people the option to select, but give you a simple option. I mean, come on. Okay. So I think we're going to do a bunch of undoing of whatever I just did. Which isn't much. I just changed that. So I'm going to keep that as touch events dot push. Instead, I'm going to push the mouse to a touch event. Yeah, we're going to push the mouse to a touch event. So we have an identifier. Cool. Okay. So in our mouse events, we did this. Put ID plus plus. Equals 1. Okay, so now we need to do this. We need to get our okay. I was trying to be lazy and just making stuff more complicated. So I just have to handle it this way and push it in every time. Okay. We're going to make another function. Call it add touch. It's going to take an X and a Y and an ID and a state. And it's going to say all of this. Except we're going to change this to X const Y X. Okay, this is going to be a event. That does not push. ID. Touch of touches. Okay. Oh, lost. Okay. Well, it's just going to set it to X. Sorry. Yeah, we're going to send X and Y. X, comma, Y. Minus canvas rectangle top. Okay. Wait. Let's move. Okay. And touch event const x, y. So this will be the input from the mouse event, the client X, the client Y. And then this does everything else. Canvas rectangle, ID, and then state. Why didn't you go back? Okay. Okay, we now have an add touch event, so we can just come up here now to our mouse. Up. Say and touch event this dot. Um, the client Y. So we have client X, client Y. Then we want ID. So this one will be up. And no, ID is mouse. What's that called? Input ID. And this is the state. The state is the state. The state is up. Okay. Mouse move. And touch event. And this is. Come on. Would it hover? Well, it's a move. The event is move. And then this. Let's put some semicolons on here. This is down. Okay. Functions are your very best friend. Okay, and here, touch events. Oh, that actually removes it from the touch events. That's right. We have to do that too. And we have to deal with it, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. A little bit of a problem. A lot of a problem. What is it if it just never deletes events? That's fine, right? see, the other ones, the down event creates the, yeah, it creates the event. And then after that, we reference it by the thing. We can still do that. Okay, so you can still do that. So down event. Ah. Touch dot target equals this dot canvas touches on canvas dot push x dot touch client x canvas reflect rectangle left. Okay, so this pushes it into the thing. This does our new little function. Client X, client Y. ID would be this would be so then we can get rid of all that code so it's cleaner to read. It's not necessarily better, it's just cleaner to read. Okay, so in there, I guess we can check. We could call it start, move, and down, or start, move, and stop. Touch end. Touch move, touches if. Touch on target. Touch dot target equals this dot canvas. If there are touches, filter out matching touches. If touch dot target equals this dot canvas. Wait. Touches on canvas equal that. Okay, so we make an array of touches on canvas. It's always something else. What should this be? Down here. This touch events. Okay. Oh, like this. Why do I get myself into this stuff? I had a perfectly working input system. It just didn't have mouse input. And now well, it wouldn't have had camera input either because that was broken. Or touch input, it would have been totally broken. But this dot touch events dot map touch event const matching touches. Okay. So we're filtering by ID. Return touch event. This pseudo function, arrow function, whatever you call it. So this arrow function returns a touch event. So this dot touches event, touch events equals yeah. Okay, so we're basically rebuilding a map of touch events. That's what we're doing. Got it. Okay. I forgot how messy this is. I don't want to work with it, deal with it. Yeah, we don't want to deal with the touch system right now more than we absolutely have to. What we're doing will work on the touch system. We just have to be able to inject our mouse events in, and that's harder than it sounds because it's not that hard. We only have to find the mouse event that matches. It's only one mouse event ID. Just have to pull that ID out. So for mouse move, okay, so this function we made here, we're going to call it mouse event. Okay. Okay. Touch events is an array. Okay. Need to find and from an array with a ID. Use a find method. Here's an example. Now it's items equals ID1, item 3. Const ID item ID equals to item stop find okay. Const x equals okay, if switch is it colon? We did one up here. Down here. It's down here, isn't it? No, it's up here. Way up here. Switch, and then what we're switching on. And then we have brackets, and we have case, colon, break. Okay. The case, colon, case, a switch. Okay, so we're switching on state. No, on ID. No, on state. And if state is ABC, if state is up, not down, we're going to do this. And if case is up, we're going to do this. And if case is move, we're going to do this. Okay. Case is down, we're going to do that. If case is up, how do I find the index? Index equals array. Find index item, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we're going to just, if it's up, we're going to find the index and delete it. If it's down, or if it's move, we need to not found. It is undefined. Lovely. Okay. Get this done, then we're going to take a break. This, not the whole thing. I'll get this done today, though. And I've got a day and a half more to make this game. Hey, go check on kids for a minute real quick. Okay, back again. I said it was for the kiddos, but really, I was hungry. No, one of the kids was hungry. So I made food. Well, I got some food out and okay, where was I? Yeah, I wrote down where I was at instead of puzzling through it and then not writing anything down. Okay, so we need to do this, but update this to index equals this dot touch events. Item dot ID equals ID. It's not ouch events. They're ouch events now. I don't know if that's funny or opposite of funny. Let's move me over. Move me over here. Not that knob. That knob. There we go. Not even anything going on this side of the page. I'm sitting on my camera on top of where I'm working. Quality content right here. Only the best. Right here on my channel. You can like and subscribe if you enjoyed this quality content of me eating hash browns. Maybe I shouldn't mute the mic for all those ASMR fans out there. Can't even hear it. I've got a noise gate on it, so it doesn't come through unless I'm real conscientious about it. Maybe a little bit. Okay. So we found the index, and now we have to delete the index. So, um, um, I know, dumb questions. Splice. Oh yeah, splice. Blah blah. Okay, so we can do splice, and then on the index, so we can do. splice index comma 1. Boom. Okay. Probably a way to inline all that into one silly combined function thingamajig. Okay, so I should say if index because you only want to do that if the index actually is defined. Otherwise, it's going to throw some errors on us. No doubt there will be some errors thrown when it comes time to test all these modifications I made. I mean, look at all this green and orange over here. That's all modifications. Find the index and update it if it exists. You can't see that. That's off your screen. Hold on a second. Gotta do some modification here to our camera scenes. Not our camera. Yeah, the scene we're on. Screen capture. Properties. There we go. Okay. Hey, now you can see the whole screen. How's that? Pretty awesome, huh? Come on, screen capture. I'll just lock everything else. I think it's a better setup for the ChatGPT setup I'm working on. So we'll stick with that. Get my food out of the way. It would probably look better. Let's do something else. Just to make it look more reasonable. See, now it looks like I'm looking away from my work. So if we just come over here to the camera and we do a quick camera, oh, here it's camera scene, and go to the camera source, I think we can color range resolution. There was a just mirror the input right here, but that's okay. We can do it from here really easy. Add image mask, blend render, scroll, sharpen, scaling aspect here. Let's do this. This will be fun. Hey, where did it go? You didn't add it. It said add a scroll. Isn't that nice? Sorry. What I really want to do here is add, where is it? I know you can just mirror it. Oh, you know what? You don't have to do it here. Close. That's not. We just say transform flip horizontally. See, now it's a mirror for me. So when I point, things are where they should be. And on top of that, it looks like I'm looking at my work and not away from it. So that's kind of cool too. Okay, now let's move on. It's a mirror for me now. I like it better. It feels less weird to me. I feel like I'm looking at myself. You get used to not having it mirrored, but at the same time, um, here there's my screen right there. See, that. Oh, that's way better. Okay. Wow, I'm an idiot. All right. Now we just have to find it. Item equals, yep. And then we need to update the X and Y of it, if it exists. If item equals now we need the equals. We can do that. I think I can do that. Or I can do it either way. Oh. If I don't put it... There's no reason to do it the other way. This, to me, is clear what's going on. Even if the other, there's a... yeah. Even if you can do the colon notation and it's valid, I like this better. Okay. All right. Oh, and we need to change the state. Okay, I'm not going to actually delete it here. I'm going to change state to up. And then once I process it, I'm going to delete it somehow. Not sure how. I guess I have to loop through all these at the end and delete any of them that are still up. Or I just wait for the next move event and then delete it if it's up. I can, yeah, when I get to the move event, I can say if item dot up, no dot state equals up. Do this. Else. Hey, we have to check if there's even an item. Right? If item okay, so if I have an item, And if the item on a move event, right? So if we had a move event, and we have an item and its state, the state is up, then we're going to delete it. The thought here is you're very rarely going to get an item that's up and down and like within a frame. You're not going to get a up and down event repeated. Probably if you do, it's just going to hang around and do nothing. It's just not going to do anything. It's just going to hang around. So deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. Actually, we don't even want to delete it until we get to the next one. Because we kind of want to track where the mouse is. So we set our state up and down. I'm thinking this through. I could increment the event when it goes up, and I can increment it when it goes down. So I can make a new event on an up and down. I can delete the old event and make a new event. That's probably the best way to do it. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Okay. I don't know why I'm doing it here instead of the event. I'm like, 3 separate event handlers, and we're gonna throw it all into one. And I'm probably gonna take it back out and put it back in the event handlers when I'm done because it makes more sense. Hold on, I gotta go deal with kiddos again. Well, that's fun. I've been talking into a muted microphone for a while. Quality only available right here on this channel. You can click like and subscribe and all those buttons if you want to get more of this amazing quality live streaming. Do it today. You never know when I'll be back. You never know when your next chance will be. Oh, wrong button. Where are you? Oh, there it is. I rolled it up. That's all I did. There we go. We're alive. Okay. Enough random randomness. Let's get some work done. Done. Work is finished. Oh wow, I've been peeking like mad, haven't I? Mad Hatter. Oh, my cable's not. No, my lamp is in the way. There. Nah. I gotta organize my desk better, but let's turn that down a lot. There we go. Now it's not clipping like madness. And you can't hear me. That's good. Too quiet or clipping. That's the problem with this microphone or some part of my equipment. Maybe I need to check. Let me look at something real fast. Settings, advanced audio properties. Active. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for this button. This button. Filters. A noise suppression. Okay, that shouldn't be hitting much. Oh, this is cranked way down. Does that help at all? No, that's might affect the other side. Nope. Nope, not at all. What does that even do? I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Oh, I've got better things for to do. Okay. All right. The thing we're working on. Did not get enough sleep last night. That might be part of the problem. Sleep was not an option. Like having a good functioning brain. Just yeah. Sleep is important. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Delete the old event. Constant index this, not touch events. Fine. Where were we? What did we get done? Okay, so we delete the old events. We make a new event. And then here, we just okay. Item state is up. We'll always be up in the up event. If item. Okay. We're gonna do that. Okay. And if it's up, yeah, item dot state not equal move it equals up. It up. There we go. And this is not equal. In variable name move, it equals move. The string move. Move. There we go. Okay. So we have to find it. And then that's all. We're just going to find it and then use it. Oh. Okay, so we're not going to know unless I add a move up and a move down. We're not going to know. If the mouse is pressed or not. We're only going to know. Well, we will. We can look at the. No, we can't. Unless we increment the ID. We could increment the ID after we do. So anything that happens after the touch is put on a new ID. Right? And then we delete the ID if it exists. That's such a pain. Like if we have to go back and look and delete the. I think we just leave the old one hanging around until we get the next one. Of course, then you'll have. So we delete. This will delete the old one. That's what this does. So we update every time we have a new one. We update. We really don't need to use these because we're updating. We're just changing the state. Well, move we do. Up we don't. Because if it moved, it moved. All we need to update is up. Here, a down, we always need to update it because if a down and a move happen, I don't know. Do we care? Do we care if down happens and move happens both? The move, one will mask the other. Because they're. We'll update it for the down event. Well, we have to because we're creating a new one. It doesn't have a position yet. That's why I was thinking I had to do that. Yeah, find the index, updated if it exists. Find the index, updated exist. Up goes state goes up. Well, we found the index. Maybe we should. Oh yeah, we update the relevant field is item.up. All right, but state. And then here. Okay, I still won't know. I will know if the mouse is up or down because I track that somewhere else. I know whether the mouse is up or down all the time. There's only one mouse. Okay, we're good. A lot of brain thinking over nothing. Okay. And that's good. So let's wait. This is the switch. Oh yeah, you end up with a lot of layers, too many. Okay, so on the mouse down event, we're going to set the button state to 1 on the mouse. Up event, we're setting the button state to 0. So I can always look at the button state, find out what the button is up to. Then on the mouse move event, I can add the touch event. It's not really add touch event. I think I changed the name of it. Process mouse event. There we go. Yeah, because I'm sure we don't have any of those anywhere else. Left over from me being an idiot, trying to do things I shouldn't do. Okay. This updates the state. This just says, here's your stuff. Okay, up here, input ID. How should it be? Input ID. It's all lowercase. Okay. Yeah. Const item equals find item. Item ID is not a thing. That should be a lowercase I. This should be just be ID. I don't want to. ID colon. Okay. This function is done. Now all our mouse things are set up properly. Okay. So now what do we do? Now we need to kids. Yeah, can't we all just get along? Oh, why can't we be friends? Okay, so where were we on this? Why did we go through all that? We went through all that so the mouse would be in the same array as the other inputs. And then we can just process the array one time, not have to process things multiple times. Totally simplifies everything. It just took a lot of doing. So we can put this handle mouse input away. We want this. What is that? Catch my ear on the mic? Okay, then. I need to put a longer cable into my audio interface. Okay. So we have. Did I copy that and not paste it anywhere? Let's paste that back. We're gonna need that. That's important. Okay. That's actually about where that needs to go, is turns out. So if the input's not used, then we're gonna process it. And that goes we might be doing that for loop. We have to process it on the entities. So we had to go up one level. 2 levels. Yeah. It's got to be processed on each entity. On each entity. Oh no, this is the thing where I had to go. I still have to go through it twice. Because I've got to go through all the entities and all the cameras, make sure it's not used. Then I can go through again. Is that right? Yeah. So I go through everything with the UI components, process it, which is what this does. Used equals true, and we also need to call the UI. Yeah, UI dot. What did I name that function? UI component. Oh, we just have to set the UI. So UI dot clicked equals the thing UI dot x UI dot y dot state. Okay. And click ID. That's not click, that's click ID. For okay, so we can either put it out here or we can put it out there. It's probably better to do it on the inside and not loop through all the entities in the game a million times. I don't know. That seems to me like the best way to do it. Yeah. Loop through the touch points here. No, we're not going to loop through touch points there. And loop the touch points down here. So if there's, oh, that's why because we have to go through each touch point. Okay. Yeah. For TP of for input of, gotta rename that function. That function. Input of touch events. Yep. Let's not do that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so for each input of the touch events, I'm gonna say whether it's been used or not. Move through the touch points here. Okay. Set the touch point to false. Okay. And then we're gonna go through the loop for const black. We'll set it to true if it's you. Yeah, so used to true, and then once we're done with this loop, then we're gonna go through and okay, for input of touch events, let used equal false. For const entity of entities, const UI equals transform input collision. Okay. So we've gone through all the entities. Do we use all those? We use the collision. Do we use input? Don't use the input yet. So we're gonna do the input next. What was not used? So we gotta make sure it has an input. Okay. We just have to do all our loops the wrong way. Grr, I don't like this. I don't like going through that list a million times. I guess I could filter it to just the things that I need. Filter it once for collision, ones with collisions. Let's see. Here, if component camera and component we're using the camera, right? We use the camera. We use the transform. Yeah. So unless it has both of those. Cameras dot push. Okay, good. So then down here, we're just gonna push everything's camera entity. You'll have a bunch of undefines in the camera array. So now we have touch points. That's an array. So everything's good, should be pipelated. For entity of entities, entity of entities, const UI equals entity. Still not clear. Da, 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 da. Okay. Yeah. So setting used to false. Then we go through the entities and the cameras, but I think I have to go through the cameras first. Do I? Why do I want to go through the cameras first? I don't. UI cameras, collision. Okay, that's better. Under me, looking over it. Further out. Yeah, it'll work for now. Camera has component camera.id. Okay. So we're looking at UI components here. If Okay, so if we have a UI component, then we can go ahead and move forward with all of this. If we have a UI, we have to have a collision. I mean, don't necessarily have to, but you need to. Let's actually, if ah ah collision, then I tell you which ones. Right. Uh, let's do a console.log. For now. Lots of things are for now. Till later. When I do something different. Okay, so now if it has a UI, we look for the components we need to do UI stuff. And then if we don't have them, like, we didn't have it. Oh, we need to break. Or continue. Not break out of the loop. Continue. Okay. Oh, we had to We got to do this. Yeah. UI dot click ID equals input dot ID. Yeah. Input component. UI component. Input touch events. Oh, what do we call it down here in touch events? Yeah, we call it ID. Yep. Input ID. X equals. Well, okay, this isn't quite what we want to do because we actually want to check here. So we're going to say if is really what I called it? Yeah. Click ID equals input dot ID. We're going to do one thing. Else, so they're not the same. Two ways we can do this. Just don't track it. Oh, wait. Okay, so hold on, we gotta look at the state first. Based on the state, we're gonna do a bunch of things. If the state is down, cool, we're just gonna set it. If the state is up, okay, if your I dot the state equals down, right, if it equals up, that's the first thing we're gonna check. Does the UID equal up? Then if it does, we're gonna check if the UID, the click ID is equal. Okay, so at this level down here, oh, not used. Okay. If the input, we delete it there when we built the next one. It's fine, right? It'll be fine. I promise. Say something. First time ever that I approached the jam in the right way. Clear idea, small scope, really enjoying most of the logic are completed. I still need the buy upgrade screen and a few more enemies and the boss battle. Then it'll be done. One full day. Oh, nice job. Delicious. Yeah, cool. Path finding. Ooh, we got some sort of squirrel getting your fruit. That's cool. First day done. It's like Doom. Progress first day. Are we at? I guess we technically are at first day. Yeah. Wonder if we have any art or any assets yet. Let's check it out. Let's go to my here and here. Files. Nothing yet. Okay. Mm. Okay. All right. Yeah, we don't have to do that. That's what I was just deciding because I don't need to remove the event. Ah. Okay, so if the state is up and if the input, if the IDs match, now we're gonna do a thing where we say this is um oh, now we're gonna say input dot um what's our callback? Oh, we set the state and then we handle callbacks at the end. Okay, I guess we could yeah, not the best way to do it, but input. Okay. Input is not the right UI. UI lives here. UI lives inside the scope. So UI dot. Okay. So yeah, all I have to do here is set the state, not handle the callbacks. So if it's clicked, then UI dot input. Up, move down. Yep. If input state is up, then UI state equals up. Equals something else. So if Just equals move. Equals hover. Okay. Any other things? So if I let go and it's in the thing, if it was initiated in the thing, it's up. Otherwise, it just still counts as a hover event. Okay. Good. Else, if basically we're dealing with setting up state, and then everything else just gets set. In fact, we can set it at the beginning. And then deal with these state related things. Man, people in their 24-hour marks. Okay, so UI state equals hover, else if brain is mush. So many levels of indentation. It's indention, guys. Indention, you know. That's a word, right? Ah. Oh, what else have we got? Halftime or something like that. Due to reasons, I've had less than 8 hours to spend on a game so far. Hopefully, I get something done tomorrow. Vegetables on legs? Or vegetables on legs! Yeah. Game coming along nicely. Oh, yeah. Pivot. Now it's time for a point and click adventure game themed around harvesting that would merge in deductive elements of the game like Bird Den. However, looking at all this morning, I realized the scope wasn't going to work. I'm not going full out this weekend as I've got a lot of other things to be doing as well. It would be a crunch. I don't have time for it. However, I don't want to break my LD streak at the moment, so I decided to pivot something simpler. Going to be text adventure. I'm still working on the design of it, but my code work today was getting Z machine interpret running nicely inside Unity, along with getting an informed Z3 compiler working. 24 hours left. Here's my current progress for harvest. Ooh, dinosaurs. I don't know what I'm doing. That sounds like me. Cool. Okay. Although I know the engine is decent enough that we'll be making progress before too long. It's on the way. Let's not panic. okay? It's fine. It's gonna be fine, they said. It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be great, they said. Okay. Else if okay. So if it was yeah, it's not used. We're gonna set to use and use it. This isn't the best way. I should do some Z sorting on these, right? So we click on the thing on top, not just you click on the first thing that got added to the engine. Because that's a good way to handle it. First one added to the engine, that's the one that goes first. I might do it Z sort, throw a Z sort in if that's an issue. I don't. Okay, here's the dirty secret. I've been working on this all day, but I'm not sure I'm even using any of these features in the game. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a keyboard game. Maybe some mouse clicking, but I could implement it all pretty well as just a keyboard game. So why am I spending all day on this? I don't know. I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. Anyway, 24 hours. I've added a moving camera, and I guess we should do our post, right? Hold on a second. Let me do some obfuscation here. Oh. I think it's just to be. Five years ago. What was I using as a password 5 years ago? Don't think that was it. That was it. All right, save it. Hey, okay. Let me put that back down for you. Let's let you in on the secret. All right, let's make a post here. Um, there's the make a post button. Create a new blog post. Okay, create a blog post. So a little progress. We needed camera. So spent last night adding that to the last Okay. Got to get on. Here's what we're doing. What's our progress? None. Don't worry, it's gonna skyrocket as soon as uh as soon as I get this done. Really, it is. This is like the last big hurdle, and then once this is done, it's gonna magically be a working prototype in like a couple of hours. Working prototype. It'll need art. It'll need polish. It'll need lots of stuff. Working prototype with, well, unless I decide to take a nap and go to sleep. For now, I've got to go take a break. I've got kids that are hungry, so I've got to make some dinner. And that seems like a great time to end the stream. We'll pop back up with a new one when we have some more time, probably once the kids are in bed. I hope you've enjoyed if you've been watching. I certainly have. Having the camera here to talk at. Um, Sometimes it gets me distracted. Sometimes it helps me work through problems. Sometimes, I don't know, it's just fun to imagine that you're there. Anyhow, like I said, it's been a blast. I'll catch you next time. For now, bye. Yes.